Hey, afternoon everybody. I'm here at last. A little bit late, but not a lot, not a lot. How we doing? How are we doing today? Bit of a last minute change of plan on the radio today. I was going to do the ever ready Type C, the Valve Portable that you saw me playing with back end of last year, but I went to the bedroom, lifted it out, and sat down, put it on my lap, and the bottom of it was all wet. So I looked at it, and it was all mould all over the bottom. So unfortunately, we've had a leak in the bathroom. It's gone through the wall into the spare room and leaked out underneath a load of my radios. So not good, not good. So I had to shelf that. So I went up in the loft, lastminute.com, and grabbed a Dynatron that I've had up there for a while. It's been on my to-do list, but for some reason I've just never got round to it. I can't remember where I got it from, but it's one of the ones in the timber case, which I think looks a lot better than the vinyl versions of them. Right, how are we doing, everybody? So let me just catch up with the chat then, because there's quite a few in already. I think we had Mr. Michael Hyde in first, the proud owner of a BFO from Manuel now. Mike Atlantis, he's got to pop out. Brett, hi Brett. Crystal, the Gear No Idea, Gary Cooper, Nick Petronics, Andrew Asfer, Man Cave Workshop. we had 4 moderators on the trot arrived in there all at once. Benji, how you doing? Rob Titheridge. Started snowing, Rob. The infamous Dynatron Atlanta Rally today. Yeah, I'm easing myself off of Dynatron very gradually, Andrew. Phil Taylor, I Phil. Battery Maker. Mark II. Ah, Mark II, eh? Afternoon Bill, if that's you. Mark II. Fat Tony. Gonna need to go for medication and beer. Oh dear, snowing with Nick as well. Barry's in, afternoon Barry. Rob Cross, hi Rob. It's absolutely howling and hammering down, yeah, not good at all. Keith over in Texas, Dallas, Texas. Mr. Keith, JR for short. Paul Collins, hi Paul, how are you? Colin Parnell, Andy Beck, Rob Hall. ZX Harvey, did you get your PSU built? I was dragged away. Yeah, we did get it working, Harvey. We did get it working. Bill, you blew up your old channel in a fit of depression. You brought part of it back. Well, you know, it was some good content, Bill. We need it back. An afternoon to slightly belated Dave Rhodes. So yes, the power supply is actually on the bench here behind me, Harvey. But I've moved on a little bit from that. So probably on Wednesday we'll tackle my my sort of, well, I suppose prototype Mark II, which I've got in bits here. I was messing about with it this morning. So I've got myself a little 15 volt transformer now that fits on one of these little Vera board things, strip board. I've got to sort out the mains connections on it because it ain't really good to put mains stuff on strip board, so I'm going to do a bit of messing about there with that. But yes, Mike, it's was it Mike? No, Harvey. It's underway, Harvey. There's plans afoot. So yeah, the next best thing, as I say, that I could find at short notice was this Dynatron Rally, and it's rather nice, to be fair. And I bought this with a mind to restoring it, and it's one of those projects I've never got round to. So I thought, well, it's highly unlikely to work. Just got to do a bit of tidying up on the bench here because I've got stuff everywhere. I had a load of stuff coming from the from the suppliers, RS, namely. Oh, I got myself a little little DC load. Scary looking thing. Pretty scary to fire the thing up, but it's like a jet trying to take off on the bench. It's a hell of a fan on the thing. But supposed to be able to do up to, I think, 100 watts, something like that. But yeah, that's again something that we'll be having to play with maybe on Wednesday. We'll see. We'll see how we go. We're trying to build a hacker power supply mic. You'll be able to build yourself one. Maybe, if you can follow what the hell I'm doing, because I don't know myself. Luckily, we've got people like Chris and Simon and everyone else that's helping. Brian, how you doing, Brian? Is it the baby brother of the Atlantis? Not really, Sean. I mean, a lot of the Dynatrons of this era looked very similar. This is, as I say, the one in the wood case. They did one in a vinyl case as well. This one's looking pretty ropey, actually. It's in need of restoration. Let's chuck the camera on it and you can have a quick look. So here he is, in all its glory. I'm going to try and sort my cameras out a little bit here. There we go. Not that one. That one. There we go. So it's a medium wave, long wave set. Nothing, nothing fancy or fantastic. It's got a little car position as well. So this is one of these ones that was designed, I suppose, to be a set in a car as well. I'm not sure the date. I've not had a chance to get any service info out on this yet. It's quite a neat looking front panel on it. It's all there. The knobs are original. It's got its little felt gaskets underneath the knobs. Looks like we've got a tone control there. On, off. So yeah, that needs servicing. They're all sticking. So yeah, it's just got the two bands on it, but it's quite a nice radio. I nearly pulled out. I've got a Dynatron Dual up in the loft as well, but this one actually looks a bit nicer. It's got a little nick in the timber there and up here, so it's going to need a bit of filling probably. Probably going to need to get some darker filling, because although this must be rosewood, is it? It's very dark. It's not the same colour as teak. And the front's lighter, but it might be that the front's been in the sun, because the sides are pretty dark. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, but that looks like rosewood unless it's stained. Handle's quite nice. It's got like it's concave. So if you look at it sort of side on, I don't know if you're not going to be able to see that, but it's sort of concave. So it's a proper molded piece of hardwood. Slightly bent, but that's just warped with age. Nothing we can do about that. But they did make nice cases, Dynatron. I mean, this front is probably just veneer, I would think. But it's curved over on the front very nicely. And on the back. So let's have a look inside, because there's something really horrible inside these. And I think, did Darren Coe do one of these or something similar? He might have done the other one. He might have done a rally, actually. So we're inside. Inside. Something lurking up there. What do we think that is up there? That there means the radio is highly likely not going to work. And I haven't had a lot of success with these modules, to be honest. In fact, I don't even know if I've ever managed to do one. That's some wire knocking about inside there, which is a bit strange. They've got AF, I'm not sure if it's 2, I don't know, it might be 3 even, but they've got the AF 117s or 115, something like that in the module. Just looking at the output transformer transistors. No, I think they might be in underneath then, possibly. Yeah, the outputs might be in underneath, because I can see, yeah, TR7 and TR8 disappear out of sight, but this looks like an NKT transistor, so looks like we've got NKT transistors in this one. No, I tell you, the one that Darren did was the Dynatron Escort, because I was going to do one of those, but he did one, so it's still sat in the bedroom at the moment on the chest of drawers. But yeah, so I haven't done one of these before. It might have been Andrew Alsford. Did you do one, Andrew? So one of us has done one of these. I'm sure we have. But you know, we've got to get some power on it and see if it actually works. What have we got here then? Let's just catch up with the chat. Benji's still got stuff to sell. £200 for the hacker power supply. That's ridiculous, isn't it? 100 odd quid there's one on there at the moment for. He went on a bit of an eBay shopping spree, Brian did. 1966-ish, is it, Andrew? Okay. Used in rally cars, yeah. You've been quoted 80 quid for one. 40 to 45 quid. That's about right. I mean, even 40 quid's a bit much for a VP408, really, but, you know, that's what they go for. I think they are, Sean, yeah. There's a lot of things that are similar to the Atlantis, I suppose. I mean, it's a solid case. I'm not sure if that is solid or not, you know, because it's, unless it's veneered both sides, it'd be unusual to veneer the inside of the case, wouldn't it? But that's that looks like hardwood as well. I wonder if it is solid. But I mean, you can tell the side panels are solid, definite. But it is like a baby Atlantis to look at, isn't it? But like I say, it's highly unlikely it's going to work. It's got a bit of scuffing on the case, and there's a couple chips that are going to need to be filled. Can't really sand those back. Well, I could, I suppose, but I'd have to sand about 1 millimeter off of that, and I'd have to do the same on the other side so it matched. So it's had a bit of a rough life. So let's see if I can get the thing to do anything. Now this really is. We need a vote here. Well, I'm gonna have me scratchy corner. Scratchy corner. I haven't been to Scratchy Corner, but Richard very kindly sent me a cup. We did a bit of a swap. So cheers everybody to the Scratchy Corner. A cup of tea. So let's get the power supply fired up. We're all sorts out. Hopefully you'll notice I fixed the microphone as well. Fixed the microphone again. Let's move my power supply project out of the way. And that was the finished power supply with a monstrous transformer. So that one can be shelved for in the week. So it's an 18. Is it? Oh, hang on. This might be 9 volt in series. Is it? 9 volt in parallel, I meant, not series. No, actually, it looks like an 18 volt radio. I suppose before I stick some power up the back end of it, I ought to find out. I ought to find out first, really, didn't I? What it is. Georgie, how you doing, Georgie? You'll be pleased to know, Georgie, that
This is Classic FM.
it only works, Georgie. I got it back together on Friday, so I've just been playing with it. But it's done, Georgie. Oh, what a game that radio was! What a game! Afternoon, Simon. Gavin, a laugh. God. Brian saying, I swear you go to eBay to buy one thing, end up with $400 out the window. Found a 1965 Noblet clarinet. The next thing I know, you have a shipping number. Is that a musical instrument, Brian, or is that a radio that we've never heard of? You're doing the washing up, Michael. Very good. You've got a rally somewhere, Simon? Have you done one of these? Hi, Paul. How you keeping, mate? Hope you're getting a bit better now. It's I don't know. Were you in hospital with it, Paul, or did you manage to keep at home? Rob. No worries, mate. Hopefully get that RT1 sorted soon. I know clarinet's a musical instrument, but they name these radios some weird stuff, Brian, so you never know. You do never know. No, Paul. I was on my hands and knees, lying down. Well, I was not on I was lying down with my head underneath the bath. And what it is, it's not actually a leak. The grout has given up on the bath. The water's getting in through the back of the tiles, running down the back of the tiles to underneath the bath, and then it's creeping across underneath the floor because it's only stud walls. So, yeah. Well, hopefully you'll recover him, Paul. Anyway, you work for the NHS, so had to get it eventually. Yeah, it's not really a good place to be at the moment, is it, really? NHS. But we are really grateful for what you guys are doing in the NHS. My brother and sister-in-law both work for the NHS, and I know what it's like in there. It's not fun. Right, what was I doing? I was going to find the Dynatron Rally. I've got loads of things open here. Christ, I'm surprised that thing's running at all. I've been doing so much research trying to sort this power supply out. TP37 it is. Radio Museum have got it listed. I might even have the original service manual for one, but yeah, we've got some schematics. Schematic PDF. Let's get it the right way around. Yeah, it's 18 volts, 9 volts in series. So let's pop you over to the screen. Hopefully, yeah, you're on the screen. Yeah, so it looks like that's a modular. Oh no, 2 AF117s. Oh my god. So yeah, we got two 9 volts, positive to negative joins. So that's in series. So it is an 18 volt radio. So it should sing pretty good if we can get the thing working. But it's another one of those radios, probably not for doing on the live stream, isn't it? But you know, I think TP36 and 37. One is the wood one and one is the vinyl one. I think that's the only difference. So yeah, it's NKT transistors, look. 2 in the output. NKT 271A. Is there anything else weird and wonderful in it? Have we got... yes, we have got a varistor in there. Not varistor. Forgot what the hell you call it now. Forgot what the hell you call it. It might be a varistor actually. Yeah. A VA1040. What's it called? Is it a varistor? Variable resistor? So yeah, that's in the output. So that alters the resistance due to heat. I can't remember whether it gets higher resistance as it heats up or lower. I'm not sure. 25 ohm speaker. But yeah, back in the module. So we've got 3 IF transformers in the module. Oh, we've got 4. There's another one down here, look, an AF115. As I say, I've done these modules before on not this radio, but I've done a couple of the TP33s. And for some reason, when I've changed the transistors, it doesn't work. So if we're going to have to take this module out, I expect. But really going to have to go through it and check everything, because it's not one of those ones. I think you can test it outside the radio. I might better just hotwire it back in with the can off. Quite a few connections by the look of it. Yeah, a lot of connections. So just looking, the main signal comes in here. Also, what does this one do? Is this the oscillator down here? TR1? Interesting. We'll go and see if I've got the service manual for it in a minute. I've bound to have got it somewhere. And this is probably at the radio and television servicing books. Battery operated transistor radio receivers. Let's see what it says about them. Let's go back to the screen actually. 1967 this is, but I think Andrew said it's 1966. You usually put the date and manufacturer on some of these sheets, but this, what's this, a trader? Oh, it's trader sheet. Module. Okay, so that car switch switches out the ferrite rod aerial and switches an external aerial as well, I think, by the looks of it. One watt. So this is the TP37, as I say. Usually they've got a little sticker in them, but the sticker's gone from this one as well. It's going to be an interesting radio to restore. That's our transistor lineup. This is a different circuit diagram. This looks like we've got two service manuals in here then. That does look exactly like the Atlantis though, doesn't it? The vinyl Atlantis. And that looks like the larger wooden Atlantis. So they are very similar. I think Sean said earlier it's a baby Atlantis. It is in a way, without the FM and shortwave on it. And a dreaded module. Anyway, that's enough of that. At least we've got the service info there now. Mike! Did you smell AF117s? You certainly did, mate. Welcome. Sensitivity is really good, George. I had it outside not yesterday, on Friday. And thermistor. That's right, Simon, you got it. I had it outside yesterday, George. It's working a treat, mate. It's picking up SSB. There's no issues with any of it. So Andrew says 2.9 volts in series. Doug, how you doing? -10. Jeez. Steeple tone with crackle and buzz only. I chuck it in the bin, Gavin. That's the best place for it, I think. Benji's got a bush. You could send Benji some snow. Oh dear. Right, just finishing off me mug. Let's get it hooked up then. Let's hook her up. Let's have a look which way then. So it's going to be positive there. And is it brown and red? Surely not. Let me just... Can't be brown and red, surely. Well, that's positive there. I'll tell you what, this is doing my head in recently. So that's positive. That's negative. So on this side, that's negative. There. Okay, that's gone into current limit straight away. That's definitely positive. That's negative there. And that's positive there. There we go. Got there in the end, right. Oh, there was a little pop when I turned it on with the sound of the transistors exploding. Ninja, how you doing? Let's try that again, have a listen. So there's a pop, but absolutely nothing. Drawing 10 milliamps, not a dicky bird. Let's give it a bit of a tappy tap. Okay, something's not right in here. I've just spotted something. If I can turn the thing off. Interesting. Let's get the overhead camera going a second. Assuming it's on. What's going on there? So that's the wiper, so that's the audio output into the amplifier. So someone's been in there messing, haven't they? It definitely don't work. It's been got at, definitely. George. Gremlins it could be. Bucket, yeah. It definitely is. It definitely is. Are we? So that is the wiper, the blue one. So that should be going somewhere, and the other side is ground. So where the hell does it go? Where's it been ripped off of? Put them in nightmare in it once something's been messed about with. Let's go back to the schematic, have a look, see if it can tell us anything. So as I say, unfortunately we've got two different schematics here. Let me just have a quick look at the other one a minute. Oh, there's my tummy. Oh, pesky little critters, they've definitely been in there. Blue wire to RV1. Blue wire to RV1. It's already connected to RV1, isn't it? Is RV1 the volume pot? Okay, so it looks like the blue wire goes to R2 and C16. R2 and C16, according to that anyway. Let's get you on the screen. So, where am I? I had it there a second ago. So this is RV1. So the wire that's been disconnected goes to R2 and C16, which are in parallel, which go up to C15. So R2 and C16. So let me find that a minute. Where's me goggles? R2 and C16. What? How the hell's that happened then? So I would have thought there would have been okay, Maddie. I would have thought there would have been a couple terminal posts that would have been connected to, which might. There's one not connected there. We're going to need to take it out of the case, I think, to have a closer look, because it's all is not well. All is not well. RV1 marked on the PCB. Look closely. Yeah, there is some terminals there, but they're covered up with a screw, Andrew, and wires. I can see, if I'm looking in the back, yeah, I'm with you now, Andrew. I can see RV1. There is a screw right the way through that, so that should be connected down to there. So someone's obviously had a problem with this. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to whip it out of the case. It's got to come out of the case anyway, because that module's going to be knackered, so it'll give me a chance to look at the back of the board. So someone's obviously pulled that off to try and see if there's anything coming out of the IF stage into here, which is a bit drastic, isn't it? That's a bit of a stretch, that, actually. So yeah, I think let's get it out of the case and have a look, see what's gone on. What's gone on? It is nice, Mike, isn't it? It'll come up nice, that. As I say, it looks like rosewood on the side, but it's like a tiki colour on the front, so I'm just wondering whether whether this is sun faded. So this one might go up to Chris to do the do his magic on it like he did with the Dynatron Atlantis TRV, because he put some sort of stained, some slightly coloured varnish on that, or I don't know what it was, to be honest, but it did look the dogs. Okay. Incidentally, I did only power that up with 6 volts, not 18, didn't I? Yeah, I wonder. Let me just do something else a minute. Let me just get my bearings here again. So I'm going to stick it up. To 18 volts, and I'm just going to get my signal tracer and just have a look to see if there's any signal anywhere near it. If I can find my signal tracer, that is. Where is he down there? I must get that probe done as well. I must get it done. And someone remind me in the week to get that hooked up. So let's just check that that wire. Yeah, so there's nothing coming out of that wire. Let's just pull it out a bit further. No, that was wishful thinking, wasn't it? There's nothing coming out of that. Not a dicky bird. So, okay. We won't worry about that. The amplifier's working, I can hear it buzzing, etc. Right, so I think... hang on, no, let's not pull it when they've got grub screws. Let's get a cup. So I'm pretty sure you just undo the knobs. Cool, that was stiff. Still got the little felt washers, which is always nice. Means the dial plate won't be all scratched up. Photo sent of the wiring on it. Not a dicky bird, Brian, means not a clue. We haven't got a clue. Not a dicky bird. Or there's nothing there. You have to get used to the lingo, Brian. Right, so the top plate just lifts off then. And these side strips are quite badly corroded as well. They should be sort of a chromed finish, but I think the best we're going to be able to do with that is to wire wool them, get them back to metal, get the corrosion off of them. Yuck. Right, so again, there's two bolts in the top. See one on here, one on the other side. And what's that? 4BA. So there's nothing coming from the IF basically, because we should have been able to hear that on the signal tracer if the IF was working. Okay, what else we got there? Those two speakers wired up in underneath somehow. As I say, it's a long time. I don't think I've ever worked on one of these actually. Rob sent me a picture of the it's not the tightest dial cord on the planet. It's a bit wow. I'll say nothing. Right, has anybody messed with this side of the board? Well, the good news is it doesn't look like anybody's been in here. The bad news is it's going to be a pain in the neck to get that module out. It's right in behind this switch bank. So it looks like our switch bank's going to have to come out to get the module out. Nothing new there though, is it? You can see the output transistors down here. Just trying to think, if I take those off, would it still work? No, it won't, because that's the speaker. Well, let's just take that off, because we know it's not working. We know this wire's off. So the blue is the outer one. Oh, this is corroded as well. Right, okay. Let's take that case out of the way for a second. Can have a quick, better look. So it's not bad for servicing so far, is it? Afternoon, Jess, how are you? Caps are going to be high resistance. Let me just have a look at what Rob sent me through. Let's see if I can go... You can just about see that, Rob, yeah? It goes up to that top tag strip, doesn't it? It's different colour wiring in yours for some reason. Your centre tab is red, that's all. So yeah, it looks like it goes to the third one along. I think that's what Andrew said as well. So let's get that on the overhead camera a minute. Where's the overhead camera? There he is. So bear with me. There's the terminals in question, and you can just about see behind this white wire. It's marked now behind this green one. You can just see V1 marked there. So we think this is the terminal it's missing from, which is the third terminal along. That's where it should go to. And the ground, I don't know where the ground goes. Does that go to the white one, Rob? Keep the case and bodging and modging digital media system. Afternoon, Dave Roberts. Are you done the module? And yours was working, Dave, was it after that? So I wonder where the earth goes.
Hello, man.
Oh, that's Andrew.
Open up, man.
Hi, Andrew. Hello? Andrew?
Hello.
Hello, mate.
That bit of shielding wire from the, the outer.
Yeah.
That bit of shielding is actually terminated,
Oh, so that...
so it doesn't connect to anywhere.
All right, okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh, cheers.
Bye.
Cheers, thanks, Andrew.
Bye.
Cheers. That's Mr. Andrew Alsver saying basically that the ground wire is not terminated to anything. Strange. Okay, so we need to tack this back on then. So let's maybe just heat shrink that bit back out of the way so it doesn't attach itself to anything. What have we got here? We heat shrink. That needs to be bigger than that. Let me get some heato shrinko a minute. Oh no, you really can't see anything, can you? Let's get a bit of heat shrink and we'll shrink that back, and then I'll chop the end of that wire and it's always fun and games when someone else has been in there first, isn't it? It might even have been me, but I don't think so. I don't think I'm guilty of that one. So I'm just going to shrink that on. I could just cut it off, I suppose, couldn't I? But let's shrink it. All right. It's a pretty small wire, this. So let's just tin the end. Tin that. See if I can get that reattached to that. So let me just go round that way. Can you see that? Probably not as good as you could. So try and reattach that a minute. Bit of a stretch. Just reach. Yeah, just. So I mean, that's not going to have made a lot of difference, but we'll just try it anyway, just in case. We are now connected up. Just reconnect these two. At least we can have a go at whacking the can now, can't we? Properly, now it's out the case. whacking the cam. So he said that was positive and that one was negative. Cool, that tuning cap is flipping. To dribble a bit of oil down through that. So yeah, still nothing. Let's give it a couple whacks when it's out. Nothing, drawing 60 milliamps. Maybe a little bit high. Drawn a bit too much really for no output. So we've definitely got shorted shorted AF 117s and a 115. Live support is on the bell yet. Tech support. They have heat tape in little all sizes at the moment. Oh right, okay. Always useful that. Heat shrink is quite expensive to buy now for some reason. Okay. So we've got no IF coming out of it. We know what it's going to be. I mean, it's got to be the IF transformer on that. There's no doubt in that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 connections there, and 3 on that side. Underneath the switch banks, the switch bank's going to have to come out. But that doesn't look too difficult. Famous last words. Yeah, a lot of the connections are right directly underneath this switch bank. Let's get that out. What's that? 6BA. It's always a good good idea to fully mesh the what am I trying to say? Tuning cap while we're at it. I'll also stick some oil down the back end of that because it's really, really tight. Hopefully hopefully it'll free itself up by the time we get round to doing something with it. Still really stiff. That might actually have to come out. Right. Okay, that ain't gonna make a blind bit of difference. What a pain in the bum. I think we're gonna have to drop the board then. I'm sure I've done these before and they're easier than this. So I might have just took it all apart, I suppose. But yeah, there's no way that's going to come through there with all those wires attached to it. Can I get in there with a soldering iron and drop it down? I think it's going to have to come apart. Hi Derek, how are you? F117s, yes. We wouldn't be without them, really. Is this a good idea or not? I don't know so much. It's got to come out one way or the other. Afternoon, Harvey. Other Harvey. I can probably get to a lot of them to pull them, but difficult to desolder them properly with the switch bank in the way. At least they give you a circuit diagram of the module, don't they? It's more than Roberts do. I nearly did an R600 today, but I thought we'd done them to death, really. Okay. Come on. There's 3 little fibre spacers in here as well. You think you undone the board on yours, David? Yeah. I think that's where I've gone. Where's the other spacer gone? Got 2 or 3 spacers in there. We've only got 2, so one's gone walkabout already. That's good. Oh, there it is. Right. So, are we going to pop this out as well, out the way? Okay, output transistors. Probably the wrong radio for the live stream, but you know, we like a bit of a challenge. Let's undo the outputs as well. Yeah, this switchboard's a pain in the ass. So, I mean, I can get to... those two. I can't get to the one at the back because that switch is in the way. Why won't it come forward any further? What's stopping it? So it's a switch bank stopping it coming forward any further, which is nice. I should be able to get some. Braid in there, so I can get those two and that one. This side. Let's put this one back up on here before I smash it to pieces a minute. Right, let's fire up the desoldering tool. Apologies for the noise in advance, but you know the drill. You know the drill by now. No noise, no desoldery. That's a bit of a clear up then. There, I feel better now for a bit of a clean up. Mike, how you doing? Yeah, we've got to spend our Sunday messing about with something that's not working, haven't we? I better quickly have a quick beer. I'm going to have me Cranbourne Poacher, I think. If I can find the necessary tool to get that open with while the desoldering tool's heating up. So it certainly looks like we've got shorts on these. And it's going to be interesting. I think this is the same module that they use in the Dual. Which camera? I'm on that camera. Yeah, okay. Yes. Yeah, this switch bank's a pain in the neck. That's going to be a hell of a job to get that out. There's three right in behind. Take this one out as well. It might be time to start taking some photos of some wiring shortly, because Sod's Law says I'm going to pull one off. A wire, that is. There's no way of getting to the right hand side of this with the board in circuit. I'm just having a look to see if I can somehow Okay, what's bending? That's bending, that's fine. Ah, great. Dial pointer's off. Always nice. Okay, well my wire that I put on is now in the way. It's now at full stretch. Still got no access to them. Oh, hang on. Can I or can't I? Let's just take one of these off. This is going to be a nightmare. So I can just about see them there. Can I get the desoldering gun in? That's the question. Yeah, cheers, Mike. You off now, are you? Can I get it in there? Maybe. It's all about getting them out. You've got to solder the things back in again as well. Soldering in is going to be easier than desoldering it, to be fair. I'm going to be amazed if this this goes back together in one piece. Okay. Turn it the other way round. I'll be amazed if I don't rip any of these wires off as well. Aha, right, that's that side out. Now, what else have we got soldered here? So I've done those three, so I've got two more. This is a nightmare. How am I going to get to those? It's difficult for you to see what I'm actually up to here, isn't it? Let's get the overhead camera and you can see what I'm trying to do here. So I'm trying to get in down here, underneath all this spaghetti. There's two pins down there. Of course, all these wires are all in the way. all dying to be burnt by the desoldering tool, or to jump off at a minute's notice and me not know where they go back on again. That's those two there, I think. All right, lovely job, thank you, Andrew. I'm gonna need them in a minute, mate. It's that one. Come on. Gonna have to get in there with some braid, I think. Just get that last one because I can't quite get in there with the desoldering tool. Is that the right one? Yes, you little. Wow. To say that was tricky is, you know, an understatement. Module. Let's turn this other light on actually. Turn this one off. Should stop the glare, then that's better. Les, how you doing, mate? Let's get this one apart then, let's have a look, see what's inside it. No hole in the centre of this. Is it fish paper? I think that's what George calls it, fish paper. Nothing really to see in there. Let's get the solder off the ends. Try and get this off without lifting the trace. So free, yeah. Quite there. There it is. So I'm just going to lift this end of the board up, hopefully. Just put a little bit of heat on there. It should pop off, but it isn't. There we are. And the big reveal. Yay! AF heaven. It's a bit darker. There she is, as promised. Dennis, how are you? Definitely not designed to ever be repaired. You are right there. You just pulled an RPC hacker. There, nice, Simon. That's the cassette RPC1, isn't it? Nice. The cassette mechanism's a pain in the neck though, Simon, but it is doable. I did strip one down. Yeah, modules are lovely, Les. At least I got some Cranbourne Poacher to help me along. Screen shorts, it certainly does. I made it look easy. It certainly wasn't easy though, Keith. Getting that module out was not easy at all. It's the same old thing on these really. Let's let me just get these out a minute. I'm going to mark them as I take them out. Just saves taking loads of photos, etc. If I can find my fine marker pen. There it is. So let's just zoom out a little bit. Sounds blocked. Which it was. It's better. I wonder too, Ninja. What do you think? Again, you want to be in and out on these pretty quick because these boards are shocking. Let me get me goggles on, have a close look at this. All gone except that one. There we go. Right. So what I want to try and do is so it's that way orientated. So I'm going to pop it out. So I know that's collector there. Shield. Base and emitter. So we'll call that number 1. That one 2. And this one 3. So number 1. Let's get the others out. There's a capacitor in there to go as well. We'll do that one while we're in here. There's no way we'll want to be opening this back up again. Okay, so let's say we're there. Just one leg holder on again, on there. No. So this one's facing me directly. So that's collector on the left. Shield, base, emitter. So I've just marked them. So you can see my screw there. Hopefully you can. Just makes it easier to put them back in. That's transistor number 2, and the last one, AF115. Let's get that one out as well. See if that's got it. Yes, it has. Okay, so this is this way round. I'll say it's pretty sad that I know I've memorised the pinouts on an AF117. So collector, shield, base, emitter. There we go. Let's get this cap out. What is this? 10 microfarad, 16 volts. So it's negative there. I'll zoom you back out a bit now because we're in a bit close. So just going to get that one out. And yeah, 10 at 16. So it's a bit of a stretch for a radio, that one, so we're going to stick an axial back in there. I haven't got any small 10 microfarads, have I? Just checking my caps a minute. What size are those? 10 at 25. What's that there? 10 at 100 volts. We got that. Let's chuck one of these Phillips ones in then. Let's make sure this is all right first. So I'm just making sure this this cap is okay. It looks like a Phillips one rather than a Vichy one, but I think it is Vichy. 9.34, 1.85. Anybody want to hazard a guess as to what this one is then? 10 microfarad, 16 volts. Turn that off now for a minute. 10 microfarad, 16 volts then. We're going to have a guess what this is. This is the one that's just come out the module. You have a guess at that then while I just solder this one in. So 10 microfarads at 16 volts, capacitor bingo time. Eyes down, looking. It could be perfectly okay. In fact, more than likely it is okay. Three microfarads. It could be. You never know. It could have gone low. It could well have gone low. Unlikely. We've got a germanium diode in there that we need to check as well, but really that's pretty much most of what's likely to go wrong. The caps are modern metal film caps, resistors. Where's the goats gone? Yeah, the resistors are metal film. Are we done then? What do we think this 10 microfarads reading now? Are we all done? 50? 27? 2 ohm resistor? We all done? The ESR's gone pretty high on that. It's 4.4. It's not far off of the spec on the value though. 11.9. Who got that then? 11.7 Doug. 0.2 out. 12.2 Brett. That's close, isn't it? It's very close, but I think it's Doug at 11.7. Brett was very close with 12.2. There's about 0.4 in it or something. Yeah, we need to try and find one of the knobs for a R66 or an R77, is it? So I'll get a knob in a minute, Nick, and we'll have a look, just see if anyone has actually got one. Okay, so next up we've got 3 transistors. Let's have a look, see if they've got any shorts on them. Okay. So transistor number 1. So I'm going to put one probe on the case, just to make sure it is. Yeah, so that should be. Strange. Should be a dead short, but for some reason I hold the 2 probes together. That should be a dead short, but it's all over the place. What's going on there then? We've got a dodgy probe. Might be that my battery's going on that one. Let's get another meter. Let's get... Incidentally, Doug was dead right. The battery had gone in this one. Let's try the good old Maplin's precision gold meter then. Yeah, the fuse had gone on the amps, on the milliamp scale, Doug, on that other meter, on this one, but I have put a new fuse in it now. In fact, I've had some more delivered because I didn't put a ceramic one, I just put a glass one in. Right, where are we? Ohms. Let's go on to 2, so that should... Yeah, that's better. Okay, right. So let's check that we've got a short to itself. Yeah, okay, right. So first one, collector. No reading there. Let's go mega ohms. Oh, come back. This is not auto ranging this meter, which is a bit of a pain. So we've definitely got a short there. 17k between the can and the collector base. Whoa, that's a dead short according to that. We've got a dead short to the base and the emitter. $17k to the emitter, so that's really knackered. Let's try number 2. So where are we? Collector. Let's go up higher. That's obviously the shield. This is the base. Doesn't look like we got a short on that one. Let's try that again on the mega ohms. No, that one's... Oh, hang on. Was that something there? Yeah, there's a little bit of a short on the emitter, but not a lot. And the last one then, this is the AF115, which should be marked number 3, but I haven't marked it. So this is the one that I think, this is the first one in the can, which could be the oscillator. So try this one then. Wow, we've got something there. Let's go down a scale. Yeah. I think we got a dead short there. Yeah. So we got a short between the can and the collector. Let's go up to higher scale. So base. Yeah. That's 20k, I think. 27, 28k, and the emitter 60k. So they've all got shorts, all of them. Is it a maybe okay then? It's a no, it's knacked. I was going to show Nick the strap as well. To see if I can find that in a minute, Nick. So what do we do here? Because I've had a bit of a nightmare changing these for different types of transistors. For some reason, the Dynatron chassis doesn't like you messing with the transistors. Dave Roberts said he did his. What transistors did you put in yours, Dave, or did you just zap them? Because we could zap them and put them back in. We need to just check that they are transistors as well. Make sure none of them are blown, because if one of them's blown, it could indicate that there's an issue somewhere else. So let's just hook them up to the component tester for a look. So this one first then. Okay, HFE of 140. Got a bit of leakage, which you're going to get with germanium, so that one's okay. That's number 2. Number 1. Coming number 1. $159.2 leakage. So neither of those have shorted to themselves yet. They've just shorted to the can. That's why they're still measuring as a transistor. Fooled me at first, that did. Okay, that one's a bit poorly. That one's shown as a Zener diode. Let's just check my connections. Let's try that again. No component detected that time. That one's had it. Yeah, transistor number 3 is not a transistor. Doesn't say the leads are shorted, but it could well be that the junctions are shorted together inside it. But that's the AF115. So that one's absolutely knackered. What we're going to put back in then, I think we're probably going to have to splash the boat out and put you put Russians in yours, David, did you? I think we're going to need to put an AF125 back in transistor 3 position. Let's have a look, see what I've got. I will sell this set on, so I'll probably want to make sure that we're definitely okay. Put valves in. Sean, are you misbehaving today? AF125. Now some of these are suspect, aren't they? Because we had problems with some of these being really low gain. Let's just check these a minute. Let's just check those. Yeah, zap them. Zap the lot. I think one is knackered, Mike. So we're going to need to change one anyway. So in for a penny, in for a pound. I think it's a lovely radio. It'd be well worth it. You've got to love zapping. Better than a shave. Thank you, Mike. I don't know which camera I'm on here now. Let's try that one. Thank you, Mike. I do like a bit of zapping, but as I say, my experience of these particular modules is they don't like it up 'em. They like to have the right transistors. Let's try that one. 154, perfect. That's sort of where we want to be. We want to be over 100 with these, really. So that's an AF125. So that one's going to go to number 3. So that's AF125. So the other two, we're going to put AF127s in it. I know it's a bit extravagant because these are not cheap to buy at all. I mean, I'm probably putting about, what's the price of an AF127 these days? About £3.5, £4, £5 each. I'm probably putting 15 quid's worth of transistors in this. Let's have a look at what these are like then. So these are the AF127s. 2N3055s. Yeah, you could do, Andrew. Good idea. Not. Right, so let's see what these are like, because as I say, I did have a suspect batch of these. Oh hell, 378. That's a hellish gain. Too much gain in the IF, would that be an issue? Let's try the other one. .188, so that's more where I'd expect it. Just see if we can get one that's a little bit less hot, shall we say. Let's see with those others. I haven't got a lot of AF127s left now. When they're gone, isn't it? I'll put that bag of those two. Stuff just disappears off the bench here for no reason at all. 125, 127, that was a 127, wasn't it? Yeah, we've got another AF127 here. Let's see what this one is. Yeah, it's really, a module is not the place to experiment with transistors. You know, if you've got a board with them external, then experiment to your heart's content and try them all. But when you're in a module, you want to get it right first time, really. 136, so there we go. They're all in the same sort of ballpark, so we use those 3. So that's our new transistors going to be going in. I need to do a bit of a stock take on those to see where I am, because it takes a fair bit of shopping around to get a decent price on those. Or you've got to go crazy and buy them in bulk, which I won't be doing at the moment. Right, there we go. About 50R each. GTs are getting expensive, yeah. I mean, someone look up the price of AF127s and 125s a minute. See where we are. So shield collector emitter base is the pinout on these, which is there. Ignore the GT322B. That's looking at it from the underside. So looking at it that way up. So what's this? Is this our IF125? So we'll do this one first. So that was in position 3, which is here. So we've got to really go collector shield, base emitter. So try and pre-bend these. Collector, shield, base emitter. So it's all sorts of shenanigans with the legs crossing over to get them in the right order. So shield. Hang on, what are we doing here? Shield. See, I've already got that bit wrong. So it's collector, shield, base emitter. Just bend the outer two in. So let me double check myself here. So collector, shield, base emitter. So worth having another check again, make sure none of the legs are touching. Let's collect a shield. Yeah, that's definitely in the right way round. George, cheers mate, thank you very much. Thanks Georgie, I'll be in touch with you about your radio mate, we'll get that back to you next week. Together with a nice cheap bill. One down. So and the next one then. So we're on our 127s now. So again we need to go collector, shield, base emitter. Just bend the legs a little bit. There we go, number two in. The last one, again, it's going to be collector, shield, base emitter. Just double check on that one. Collector, shield, base. So let me just double check. Collector, shield, base emitter. That's correct. You can see why it's so easy to get these in the wrong way around. There. I just thought, yet again, I'm doing a live module. What is the matter with me, really? I don't learn, do I, really? Oh well. Yeah, these are quite useful. I mean, I've got all three different types on this one, Mike. I've got the GT322B, which has got the base and emitter reversed, as opposed to the AF127s, and I've got the AF117 picture. So you can see that's got a bit weathered over the years. Right, let's just solder this up. So I'm going to put a little bit of flux on here, just to help flow them, so I don't need as much heat if we've got a bit of flux. Get a nice joint first time. Oh. So again, I'm not dwelling on the joint too much. These boards are terrible. They love to lift. There we go. All of them done. Yeah, I never tried AF200 Ninja. Definitely worth doing the picture. I mean, I actually write out the pinouts on the board, Mike. I just find that a lot easier. Snip these off. Just double check that I've got those cut off nice and neat. I could do with a little bit more off the end. And that one. The board itself is absolutely full of flux. I mean, that's obviously nothing to do with me. That's the original flux. Okay, well, because we had one of those transistors was absolutely dead, it's going to be definitely worth checking this diode in here, which is just in behind this tropical fish cap. This one here, little germanium diode. I mean, the tropical fish looks fine. There's no cracking on it, either of them. So I'm not going to touch those. And I might not be able to actually get a reading off of that. That's difficult with the glare there, isn't it? Just turn that light there off and see if that's any better. That's better. So I'm just going to stick the multimeter on diode mode. Just use my bench meter, it's easier. Let's go continuity. So if we touch those, doesn't work. Where's my other meter gone? Here we go. Right, let's just stick this in diode mode. I'm going to go across the two, so I should get a forward voltage reading one way and nothing the other. Let's have a look. I'm getting 0.281 that way. I'm getting nothing that way. Of course, it's germanium, so is that about right for germanium? 0.281? 0.282? I think it probably is. Let's just try another germanium just in case. Where's my germaniums? No, it's not germaniums. Let's just try another one. 0.34. And nothing. Yes, that's probably about right in that. 0.34. There's a different diode, but roughly the same. So I think silicon's about 0.6, isn't it? So germanium's not as high a voltage drop. So that one's okay. So that's in theory, we get the camera sorted out, that can go back in its can. Can we hotwire it and try it externally? What do you reckon? What a lash up that is, isn't it? Pardon me. We could do. I think that might be a worthwhile exercise, actually. Just zoom back out a bit further because I'm in a bit close, aren't I? That might be a worthwhile exercise, just tacking some wires across the thing to check that it's working. What have we got here? We've got some orange wire. Let's just tack it. Let's tack it in. Probably going to regret doing this, but you know, what the hell. We got time. We got time. One. Goes to that. It is worth doing this, really, I suppose, before you put it back in, because this could still be a problem in the module, and we've gone and refitted it back in, and we can't prove it, so it's got to come back out again. So it's always better to do it, test it if you can. So we've got the Frankenstein's radios for the Roberts R6 and 700, but not for these. Just take it to there for a second. Be nice to get this one working. Then we can do the rest of the restoration work another time, and eventually get it up for sale on the website. I keep saying I'm going to get stuff up on the website for sale, but just don't seem to have time at the moment. So that's going to there. Let's just pop it this. It don't take long to do this, and I think if you put it all back in and it don't work, even in the back of your mind, you might think, oh, it could have been that module. Was it that module? Do I need to take it back out again? It might be nothing to do with the module. Are they using the diode as a detector, Doug? Hi Andy, how are you? Let's have a quick look then at the schematic again. Wrong one. Okay, where's that diode then? It's in here somewhere in this dotted line. There it is, OA90. That does look like the detector, doesn't it? It's on the end of IFT3, right on the output. I take it pin 7 is the output. It certainly is. Yeah. So there he is, Doug, OA90. You're using your head. Well, you know what it is. I don't always do, I, Mike? I don't always use my head. Makes a change. It does make sense, though, doesn't it, really? The thing is, Mike, I'm sure like yourself and a lot of others, we've all put modules back in and had to take them back out again. And it's an absolute ball ache, isn't it? It really is. There's nothing worse, actually, than spending all that time and effort. You're so pleased with yourself that you've actually got the module out and you think you've fixed it, and then you connect it all up and it doesn't work. Should I have changed those capacitors? Should I have checked that diode? It's all the sort of things that go through your head. We've all been there. That's that side. Can I even get to this other side? Yeah. Oops. How the hell did I actually get that desoldered? Flipping heck. Always do the hardest one first. I should have done this side first, really. Afternoon, Did, so are you? Yeah, I've got to be careful that nothing's shorted out as well, Sean. It's all over the shop here at the moment. It was easier to actually stick it through the hole to solder that. Yeah, that's easier. this is shocking to work on. Really is bad. That's those three. Still got two to do. Hot wire. So it might be easier to do these from this side. So I can't really get you in here, it's just too cramped. Buy yourself an AF117. Thank you, Ninja. Yeah, it's crazy money, isn't it, really? Yeah, I don't know what the latest price is on an AF127, but I think you're probably not far off a fiver, you know. Last one. Let's make sure that's not touching. Right, that's my hot wires done. Let's just connect them up to the module. So this is the end wire there. This is the next one. Get in there. And my mic seems to be okay today. I've sorted that out by cutting the end off and resoldering the plug on it yet again. Okay, now we've got to work out which is the next ones now. look at the state of this thing. Okay. That's the next one. I had to do them through that hole because it's very difficult to actually get them on the other way. It'll be a bit easier once I'm getting the module back in because they're rigid wires. That's onto that. Next one. And the last one. Then we're going to try and get all the other wires back on. Sort of make it stable enough to turn on. I don't know if we'll have any grounding issues because we're not connected up. Right, that's the module back in. Solenoid dial cord, yes. Dial cord is not my favourite thing on the planet, I must admit. Who even mentioned that swear word? Right, God only knows if this is even gonna slightly work. It really is badly deconstructed at the moment, shall we say. Connect our wiper back on. What else have we got that's ropey, precarious? Anything shorting out anywhere? So we've got a ground tag there, so that one's going to need to be connected to the chassis, definite. Outputs don't need to be grounded really. Just that one, so let's just clip that on. Right, I wouldn't say we're safe enough to test it, but I would say we're ready to test it. Another one for my collection. Thanks, Mike. I've nearly got all three back. Generation, how are you? car accident. I'll tell you what, it looks a damn sight worse up close. Hi, Dean. You work in a small shop in Exmouth, do you? Yeah. I knew Exmouth very well, Dean. I used to have a girlfriend there. Shh, don't tell Mrs. Cruncher. No, don't tell Mrs. Cruncher. Well, let's get the current limit right down to the bare minimum for this. I'm going to leave it turned on. So all of our pins are connected, nothing shorted, nothing there that I can see shorted. Let's hook her up. Fingers crossed, people. Will it or won't it? How have we fixed it? Here it goes then. Nothing. Nothing. Let me just check that the on button's on. I don't think it is. Which one is on? This one, okay. So we weren't turned on, that would affect it. Let's try that again then. Here we go, round two. Nothing. Still nothing. And we've not got the car button down, have we? No. So it could be that we've still got a ground issue. This car button is a pain in the bum. There we go. It could be that we've still got a ground issue. So that's just tone there. In medium wave. Let's have a think about what else is connected to ground. They're all done. That's our power. Okay, so the mounting holes were there and there. That one wasn't connected to ground, nor was that. Who's that now? Hello, mate.
Sorry to bother you while you're midstream, but David's saying that perhaps you've not got the speaker connected.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, David. I have not got the speaker connected. Good call. Cheers, Sean. Ciao, mate. Bye. Yes. Yes. What an idiot. Let's try it with the speaker connected, shall we? Very good call, David. I wonder what was going on there. dear, oh dear. The joys of live streaming. Okay, so we have the blue over there. Let's just wire them up with leads for now. Blue and black. Good call, David. And everybody else that said the same. Right. Try again. Oh yes.
He said it was too early to say when the UK was.
Right, well I'm going to turn that off quickly before I tempt fate and short someone out here, because it really is hanging off. So cheers for the heads up the speaker. I would have got there, but you know. Glad that you guys are watching out for me. It's working! Amazing when you look at the state of it at the moment that it's actually working. Ringtone. Yeah, it wasn't me. It's difficult sometimes. I miss the chat while I've got my head in it. Mastercare in Exeter, that rings a bell, Dean. Yeah, I used to live in Exeter. It is a live Ninja, that is working fine. It's just I can't turn it around to tune the ferrite rod antenna at the moment because it's all hanging off everywhere. So, it looks like we have fixed the module. So we can now get rid of our spiders. I mean, look at the state of that. Get rid of our spider's web. And try and get this poor thing back in. And I'll remember to put the speaker on. This is the hardest one, this side here. I mean, look at the state of this thing. Going to get the ferrite out of the way, the ferret. Going to desolder that one again because that's too much of a stretch. We're going to sort of roll it around. Oh, what a nightmare. It was drawing 40 milliamps, Mike. But as I say, it's difficult to gauge it exactly because of the state that I had it in. Nothing's earthed out, it's not grounded properly. Double check that joint there on it. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just removing some of the solder from these leg pins. Right, let's put it back in the case first, Graham, before we try and put it in the radio. God, dear, oh dear. It is working. Houston, we have life. So they need to be that way around, is it? No. It's going to be that way around. Right. We're getting there. Do you think we might actually get this radio back together? Yeah, we've got to get rid of a bit of that flux. None of it's really my flux, but still pretty mucky in there. Let's give it a bit of a D. Cheers, Mike. It didn't take that long, really, did it? I mean, what time did we actually start it after me sort of messing and having a yap to start with? We must have started it about 2:30, so it's only been a couple hours, really. Not bad. Right, that's got rid of all my flux and a lot of the nasty Roberts flux that they left in there. Right, God, it does stink that. Whew. Make sure the legs are all lined up because they will not go back in else. Right, okay. Bit of a tidy up. It's not working in my own mess again. Okay, that one's bent over slightly. Okay, right. For the tricky bit, trying to solder these back on. Again, you can't really see this. I'll stick the overhead camera on, you might get an idea then. The wrong angle really. Well, you can't really see to be fair, but I'll stick it on anyway. So let's try and do the hardest one first and work our way back. That's those three done. Okay. Now go back to the main camera. Sure we're properly home there. Two to go, and these are a pain. Ah, stay there. Done. Just get in there with a little bit of isopropyl, just clean off some of the connections. Accident in a radio factory. I know, Sean, but you know, I'm running out of things to do, you know, so I've got to try and keep it interesting for people. I'm sure the more risks I take, the more interesting it is for everybody. Risks as in taking on things that probably should be done behind closed doors. as far as radio work is concerned. But then, end of the day, at least if I show you what I'm doing, anybody else that's got one of these has got a fair chance of getting theirs going, which is what it's all about, isn't it? It's about keeping these old radios live and going. Okay, a little bit of solder on the wire there. Cool the edge of that one, but I think I'm going to need to right, okay, they're all good. I've got all the joints on the module done. Now I've got to try and ease the board back in. We've got a couple dodgy looking caps there. That one looks like it's lifted off the board a little bit. 200 microfarads. They're all in the amplifier stage. Got a blackened end of a resistor there. I'm just making sure that there's nothing else that I need to do when I've got it at this stage. I just want to make sure that if I need to do them, I can get to the capacitors, which I should be able to. None of those are in behind. It was only the module that's in behind the switch bank, which caused all the issues. Okay, should be able to tack that one on in a second. Let's try and somehow wangle this back. Where it came from. We're getting there, people. How are we doing on the chat? Yeah, the recap, I can do a recap on it, and I will do a recap on it, I think, but I can get to everything when the board's back safe. I'm trying to get the board safe at the moment. And what I mean by safe is that I'm not going to suddenly pull a load of wires off. At the moment it's very precarious, to say the least. You know, we've got the ferrite rod hanging off. All sorts of things going on here at the moment. Just want to get it back to a bit of normality. All the caps can be done pretty much when it's back together. Right, I'm happy with that back in. Switch bank, I don't know if the wires, I think the wires go that side, out the way. Mess a few up at the beginning, yeah. We've all messed radios up, people. Have I actually done a radio that is a write-off before? I probably got a lot of radios that that are a bit too far gone to repair, shall we say. Right, the switch bank's back in. I need to lubricate those at the moment, but they've got little holes in them, so I should be able to get some switch cleaner in those holes. Right, what else is there? There's this bracket here. Now that went on. That went on there. We've got these horrible spacer things, haven't we? So they went through. Let's do the hardest one. Then all the rest will be easy, won't they? I've got to put that that wire there back on. Should probably be easier to do that now. The trouble is, no, I'm not going to do that now, but I'll do it in a minute because it's everything's sort of swinging on that wire else, and I'll end up pulling it out. So tell you what, it's fighting well. This radio is fighting well. It's putting up a fight. I'll try to get the hardest one in first, which is this bottom one. It's just holding this L-shaped bracket in place. I need to put the little insulating washer on there. So all these wires are in the way. Can't get your fingers in here. Oh, I've let go of it now. Right, that's that one in. And the next one. So I mustn't forget our little stupid little insulating washer. Oh, I just broke something off the board. I think that's a capacitor. Yep, it's a rubbishy little capacitor. And I'm not sure where that goes. Okay, that's great. Excellent. Okay, we got this one over here. Same thing. be interesting to see actually if there's any alignment data for this. A lot of these ones with these Mullard modules, they say that there's no adjustment needed on the IF because it's been set at the factory. Yeah, it's all very well, unless someone's had a good old screwdriver of it, then we're in trouble. But it is working though, to be fair, so I don't think that's going to be the issue. God, Jesus, you just cannot get in here. So I'll try and drop that onto the top of that screw. There's lots of I don't think that wire should be in there. Let's get that one out of the way. Let's get that one out of the way for a minute. Oh dear, oh dear. Let me get my eyes on here to see a bit better then. Seems a bit of a longer screw than I was expecting. It's right there by the looks of it. Let's put that earth tab on there. Got the little monkey. That's that one. Right, we're getting there. We've got this one up through here. Which won't go in because that's in the way. So now this screw here is in the way of that one going in. So that one should have gone in first. Just release this one a bit. We're getting there, people. Peeking for Max. Twang. Okay, keep hearing that dial cord twanging. We do not want a dial cord incident now. For all that. Step away from the dial cord, Graham. Okay, this goes on somewhere. I'm assuming it goes on there, but I'm not too worried about that for a minute. Actually, now let's put it on there. Well, there's no saying that. It's in the way of capacitors, isn't it? Okay, so let's get this audio wire back on. Back on. Right, I'm just going for a quick comfort break. So bear with me. I'll be back. Right, coming back. Right, what have you been up to since I've been gone? What have you been up to since I've been gone? Valdir, afternoon, how are you? Comfort break music, yeah. Happens on Big Clive too, does it? End of the day, you know, we're live. We're live. I don't know how Phil and Holly do it on Good Morning, but you know, live shows like that. I'm sure they do have to shoot out in between breaks. Right, let me have a think here. What else do we need to do? Do we need to just test it again now? Now it's back together in one piece. Tuning's eased up quite a lot. I do need to do the grommets on the tuning because they are absolutely shot. Of course, we haven't got a dial pointer anymore, have we? Also need to lubricate the switches. Oh, that's much better, that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the grommets on this are absolutely shot to pieces. They're gone. They're gone really brittle. I only need to touch those and they'll snap off, so we need to do those. But let's give it another try. Now it's back together and see if it still works. You can't retry these things too many times, trust me. You can't redo them too many times. Oh, looks like we need a bit of gluing on this case as well. It looks like it's let go. Yeah, if you look at the case, I've just noticed that now. It's gaping on this corner. There's quite a nice sort of tenon joint that they've cut into that and a slot in the wood. Just needs gluing back on that. The glue's let go. Anyway, that's for case restoration time, which is not today. So we're back together, I think. All the wires are back on, I think. Oh, hang on, I've got to sort this capacitor out, haven't I? So the capacitor somehow goes across TR7. And I don't know whether it went to the emitter or the base. I think it went to the emitter, but I can't be sure. Yeah, I think it goes across the emitter. So TR7 looks to have some sort of capacitor across the emitter collector junction for some reason. Let me just have a look on the schematic. Wooden treasures. Yeah, it certainly is. He's got enough on his plate at the moment, Sean. He's in the middle of fixing his car. Okay, that's interesting. That capacitor's nowhere to be seen on the schematic. So here's TR7. As I say, on the actual radio I've got a capacitor which is 0.02 Yamato. Just looking to see if it could have gone anywhere else. It was definitely across there. It could have been actually base to collector, looking at that. It's difficult to tell because there's obviously a wire on either. Have we got one on the base to the emitter? We haven't. There's no capacitor there at all. There is on TR6. We've got this one here, which is collector. No. Let's have a look on this diagram. Just let me swivel it a minute. I'll have to have a look at the drawings that Rob sent me over, because that, looking at the board itself, could have gone to either. It could be a botch up, but it is the right cap for the radio. So it looks like it was factory. It's definitely TR7, and it's either across the collector base or the collector emitter. So there's nothing on the collector at all shown here. It's actually attached to the collector at the moment. There's definitely nothing in parallel there, and there doesn't appear to be anything in parallel there. So I don't know whether that cap's right or not. A mystery. It's 0.02 ZX. Harvey. Yeah, I don't know, Andy, because it's the same brand. Let me just get you in for a look then a minute. Let me get you in for a little look-see. Andrew or Rob has got one of these knocking about again. Okay. Right, we need that. All right. Well, there's the caplet. TR7. It does look like it's just been hacked on. It doesn't look factory, but it is a Yamato 100 watt 0.02, and it looks like it was either connected to that or that. Unknown. Emitter bypass cap. Look for that value on the diagrams. Capacitors. There's a 0.02. Is that what that is? 0.02? Yeah, 0.02. There's only two listed on the diagram. And that is C13 and C14. C13 and C14 are the only two listed of that size, Harvey. I think it was Harvey, wasn't it? So C14's right back here before the volume pot. Nowhere near the output. Just trying to see where C13 is. C13 doesn't exist. What? C14, just let me get my head around that again. So C13 is position A1 and C14 is B1. C13 is right back here, look. So no, it's neither of those. That's TR1. That's in the module, or just before the module. C16, I can see C14. Yeah, I can see C13 and I can see C14 on the board. So whoa. What do we do? What do we do? Hang on, I've got some more messages coming through. Okay. I've got Rob show me a picture of no capacitor on TR7 at all. Thanks for that, Rob. And Andrew sent me some nice pictures as well. So Andrew sent me, Rob sent me that, so there's definitely no capacitor there. There's a couple of pictures from Andrew. It doesn't look like there's a cap across that one there, so that's, someone's hacked that in then. Interesting. The plot thickens. Yeah, strange, isn't it? Well, let's leave it hang off then. It's only going to, what's it going to do to the circuit? I'm just trying to think. I wonder if someone's just done that to try and get the thing working, because the solder doesn't look factory on TR7. That's the right pig's ear. There's even a smack on the board as well on that corner. Yeah, unusual. We'll leave it disconnected. I'll leave it on the, well, it's dropped off now anyway, look. Oh dear. It's actually dropped off now anyway. So I want to just give those terminals a bit of a clean up with the fiberglass pencil, because they're absolutely filthy. That's the speaker connectors. Let's get you in a bit closer. Looks like they're silver plated, but they're really tarnished. Well, they were. That one. They're really stiff. It's like sprung steel or something. Let's put a little bit of service on it as well. Anyway, let me think. So the outer one was the blue one, the inner one was the black. Let's make sure they're not short into anything. Right, we haven't done any servicing work on it at all yet. So I haven't cleaned any of the switches, or the only thing I've done is that there, which is working a lot better now. Still no dial pointer, but we don't need a dial pointer, do we? Right, let's see if it's still working. I hope so. Please be nice to me, radio. Please work.
Does the dragon's bloom have to come? How wide does the crack in heaven have to split? What would people look like if we could see them as they are? Soaked in honey, stung and swollen, reckless, pinned against time.
If you knew by Ellen Bass, fed by Paul Morgan. Paul, do you find in each of your postings, whether it's Oxford, or New Yorker, or Princeton, you talk about the emissions?
That's Radio 4 on long wave. Medium wave sounds really insensitive. So, has somebody messed with something? I mean, that one there looks screwed right down. But yeah, it sounds really deaf on medium wave. Let's get the active speaker up. Speaker? Let's get the active antenna up and see if that improves it. It doesn't sound right, does it? I mean, that sounds like transistor failing type territory. This is something really badly interfering with medium wave at the moment. Wire off the ferret. Doesn't appear so, Doug. I mean, the ferrite does seem really sensitive when I touch it. Certainly not that side. Just sounds really, really detuned. So maybe somebody's messed with the alignment on it. Let's go power on. Let's
nicely now as we move through the gears here. This is a reading into the Liverpool, gives it back to Thiago.
So if I take my active antenna away, nothing. If I put it back on, bit of Dire Straits. Gotta love a bit of Dire Straits.
Behind, that's what he wanted Shaqiri to do. Just inside his own penalty area, very casually touched it down for Cresswell, and Cresswell clears away. Liverpool though win back possession. A very good patch.
Yeah, I think the Phantom's been in there. Let me just have a quick look. I'm not going to touch the IF cam because long wave seems to be working fine. Hey, Aston, how you doing? A diddy little radio, yes. Nice little radio, Aston. It's better now it's working, but there's issues with it. We have a Houston, we have a problem. Right, let's just find the alignment. L5, and that's this one here that's been screwed right in. So I'm just looking at this info here. Look. So L5 is over here. I'm just looking at the circuit alignment. Switch to medium wave, set tuning gain to maximum, connect audio output meter in place of a speaker, feed in 525 and adjust L5 for maximum output. I mean, I reckon someone screwed that in. And then C9 on the higher end of the scale. So it's L5 and C9, these two that are medium wave. But I think it's C9 because that looks screwed right down. So what sort of cores are these? Are these the ones that go right the way through? This is quite useful because we've got a really weak station there at the moment. Let's come back out a bit. So you can see, yeah, that's the two that we need to have a look at. And that one is screwed. I mean, even going near it is making it change. So let's just see if it's one of these ones that goes all the way through. Yes, it is. Well, it seems peaked. Yeah, seems peaked. That's worse now. I mean, I don't. Would they have touched these? I mean, these don't look like they've had a screwdriver in them. The IF cores. They do make a difference, though. Maybe they've been twiddled. See, I don't suspect that that they want you to touch the IF cores. They never usually do, but you listen to the difference when I touch these. So just turn this one on, remembering where they are. So that makes a huge difference. And that one. This one's at 45. That one doesn't make a lot of difference. It certainly sounds like the IF is detuned. Let's try it on.
That they were before COVID.
BBC News. Now, file on 4.
Let's
After
try.
the number of deaths from COVID-19 exceeded 100,000 this week, Jane Deepers met the doctors and nurses who have been fighting coronavirus since the first cases were reported in Britain exactly a year ago. She asks how they have coped with the challenge and where they go from here.
This week, 1 year ago, 2 people in New York tested positive for the Wuhan novel coronavirus.
Yeah.
They were the first confirmed cases in the UK. In the 12 months since, COVID-19 has ripped through our defences, infecting more than 3 million of us. This week, government figures have revealed there have been more than...
Yeah, the IF is definitely
since the pandemic
out of
began.
tune.
In the early months of the pandemic, we asked some medics to keep diaries.
So let's
charting their experience with the unfolding crisis.
Well, that's a lot louder. Well, that's come up quite a bit. Let's try it with the there's something interfering, something chronic in here. Let's try it with the active speaker now. Active antenna.
Exactly what you were describing there, Clinton, from
Okay, that's a lot more normal. That's about normal for here, so we're good. That has come up quite a bit actually. Changing transistors may have thrown it out. Yeah, it's unlikely because I've put the I put basically exact same transistors in it, so it is working now.
The Listen Without Prejudice album that was so my homework of choice for probably a whole year on repeat. Absolutely love it so much. How you doing then? And we just although for me still
What a racket. I keep trying to turn it off on this switch, but it's that one to turn it off. Okay. That's about as good as we're going to get the IF without connecting it up to a signal generator. And I don't even know if it gives you instructions on how to tweak the IF. So let's have a look. Phil Yo. The cap will increase the AC gain. Oh, right, good call, Phil. So would it have gone across the emitter collector or emitter base? No, it's on the collector. So it's either to the collector emitter or collector base. I can't really see which one it came off of. I might be able to if I got my get the eyeglass on it. I might be able to see. I just wondered if it was just a botch there, Phil, that someone had put into try because of the problems. It's hard to tell. I would say it was across the emitter collector, but I can't really see. Yeah, it was across the emitter collector, I think. Emitter to ground, no, it's definitely across the two. I'll have to replay the video, see if I can find any footage of it. And welcome, Phil, by the way. Yeah, so I have tweaked it by ear, Simon. But you can do it on a weak signal, can't you, really? That does sound pretty good now. So the only thing left really is to check the capacitors. They could be pulling the signal down. It needs a good old squirt of Servosol and everything. I don't think there's a capacitor specifically in that. Cheers, Phil. I mean, that's just the oscillator there. Let's just have a look. It doesn't really... Is there an antenna trimming part? Let's have a quick look at the alignment instructions again. RF, what does it say about the IF? So audio output meter, which we've got. Coupling loop, we haven't got. We can lash something up. As circuits in the module are pre-aligned, they should not require adjustment. The manufacturers recommend that the module should be returned to their service depot in the event of component or transistor failure. So they don't tell you. They don't tell you, but it's... I'm just seeing if there's an antenna adjustment. Obviously, you can move the coil along the aerial. So one is to do the 5, adjust L5, which we looked at, and we had looked at C9. Then the next adjustment really is the ferrite rod position, the coil on the ferrite, sliding it along for maximum output. Feeding 1.5 kilohertz. C2 for maximum output. That's another one of those padder capacitors, isn't it? Yeah. So, auto feeding just L4. So L4 is purely for car position. Yeah. So really the only other adjustments on there are C2 for the higher end of the band and just sliding the ferrite rod along. It's pretty straightforward alignment. As I say, it's I'd need to couple in the IF, which I think is going to be, was it 470, or does it even say what the IF is? $470, yeah. So I mean the IF ain't that difficult, is it? We've got 3 transformers and they're all IFs. I mean the last one's got the detector diode on it, but it's still an IF transformer, isn't it? So really we're peaking these for maximum output, although the last one does sort of tailor the sound a little bit. You can tell it's getting a bit harsher or wider or narrower. You can sort of hear it really. So shall we have a look and see if we can do an alignment on the IF? I'm tempted to connect this thing back in, but what I don't want to do is wreck a transistor because I haven't got any of those. That may have helped increase the volume, I think was what Phil was saying. What do you think? Should we have a go at the IF and see if we can do the alignment on the thing rather than just steam in and change the caps? I don't think. Let's have a look at the capacitors in relation to the RF side. There's not really any electrolytics in that circuit. No. So there's no caps that are going to affect the RF. The caps, we've done the one in the module. There's only one in the module, wasn't there? Can't even see it now. Where is it? Where's the one? Ah, it's this one here. Yeah, we've done the 10 microfarad in the module. You know, everything else is now straight out to the volume control, and all the caps are on the output side. So we haven't got any caps that are going to affect the signal quality. They're just going to affect the audio. Let's try and do the alignment on it then. Let's have a go at the alignment, and then I think we'll call it a day on that for today, because really the rest of it's going to be recapping it, and if we need to recap it, do we need to recap it? Probably. End of the day, it's 1966. I mean, Christ, I was born in 64, so I'm a bit older than this, but only by a couple of years. Let's have a play with the alignment, I think. So we'll try and do it how it says. So we've got an AM signal generator, which we've got. So let's pop the SIGGEN on. Let's do it on. No, we want. It doesn't really matter whether it's AM or anything. Let's take a 1 kilohertz tone. We said it was 470, didn't we? Okay. So let me get myself organised here. So a bit of a tidy up. It could still be dirty switches causing desensitizing it as well, don't forget. I'm going to put the dial pointer back on because we're not going to get any scale calibration without that on. Derek. Thanks very much, mate. Pre-alignment and a midweek recapping stream. Like I say, Sean, the caps are all in the audio side really on this. We've got the one in the IF can, which we've done. So really we shouldn't need to worry too much about the caps. And let me see if I can find out where the hell this pointer's supposed to be going. Okay. Right, let's get the dial plate on and get a rough alignment on the pointer. So I'm just making sure it's about the same. Oh, well, that was a lucky try, wasn't it? That's pretty much bang on. That I don't know if you can see that. I'm zoomed out a bit too far, aren't I, really? So I'm looking at the dial pointer, and the idea is you want it centralized, so it's just showing. You can see it's just showing there. If I wind it back the other way, so it's ever so slightly, it needs to just move a fraction that way. So just move it a fraction that way. Check it again. There we are. Bang on. I've got a full set, Mike. Thank you very much. So we know that's aligned now. Because we're going to need the dial face in a minute to get the alignment marks for the RF alignment. But we want to do the IF first because that's been altered by me changing the transistors, probably. So let me zoom out a little bit. Now let me think about what cameras we've got here. Because the problem I got with this signal generator is there's no frequency readout on it, and I'm not convinced it's bang on frequency. So let's stick the webcam on the bench, I think. No, that's not the webcam. There we are. Let's get rid of me a minute, and I can show you what I'm up to then with this camera. So this is the weapon of choice. This is the Philips PM5324. As recommended by Mr. Spires. Position of the tune is not critical for IF. I know, Simon, it isn't. Oh, you mean the tuning gang, whether it's fully open or fully closed? Yeah. It should force it through either way, shouldn't it, really, Simon? But yeah, this is the signal generator. It's an old bit of kit. It's an old girl. But I've got it set 0.3 to 1 meg, so we want it 470. So in theory, it should be 20, 40, 60. It should be there. So my coil is this thing. It's just a kitchen roll holder, or it's a bit bigger than that, with a coil of wire on it and a couple tags. Sean, the free learning curve. Yes, the free education. Well, I wouldn't say it's an education because I'm still learning myself, Sean. It's always a learning day, isn't it? Whatever you do. Right, let me see if I can find an RF cable. That one will do. So that needs to go to HF out. But what I want to do first really is just connect it to the frequency counter to see where my 470 mark is. So I've got this connected to the scope at the moment. Let's get off. Get off. Is it? Yeah, it's connected to the scope. I need to get a shorter BNC lead, really. This is ridiculous. And now that one's not plugged in. Well, you know, I wasn't intending to do any alignment today, so nothing is plugged in, which is great because I don't even know where the plug is for that one. Is it that one there? Is it that plug? So you haven't got a clue what I'm doing because you can't see. All you can see is my... Yeah, that's it. Okay. So what I'm actually doing, I'm just plugging the frequency counter in as well. So you can see both there. So what I want to do is make sure that I've set that 470, but is it 470? So let's just connect that onto there. Connect this up to here. Well, I didn't far off, look. 472, that wasn't bad. So let's just tweak that down to 470 then. It does drift a bit, as I say, it is an old SIG gen. That's pretty good. That'll do for now. So I'm going to connect up this lead, and all this is a BNC to two croc clips. So let's come back down to the bench, which is this camera. No, let's just put it full screen. So all I'm doing is just connecting this up to this coil of wire with two terminals on it. So that's my signal coming into the radio. I need to connect up an output meter. I think you can do this by just sticking your what am I trying to say here? You can do it by sticking like an AVO across the output, speaker output. So, but I've got this this output meter, and again it's another old bit of kit. A bit like me, an old bit of kit. So that's our output meter. We should be able to get in on the overhead cam for a bit of alignment action. So we need to connect the speaker leads up to, let's turn it around the other way. We need to connect the speaker leads up to the output meter. Looking at the circuit, TR7 is ground, collector is ground, R15 is feedback to TR5. Cap across the collector emitter will help AC gain. Unusual final end. Yeah, I don't know. It's these NKT transistors. I'm not really that great with. So where are we? What am I on? I lost my track then. It's because I need another beer. That's the issue. I knew there was something. I'm feeling a bit peculiar, so I might have an old peculiar just to help me on my way. That camera's a bit too close now, isn't it? Let's move that back a bit. Got everything everywhere here again as usual. Right, there we go. You can still see the all-important needle swing. Put your frequency counter on the output to set it. On the output, Doug? Well, I was connected to the output, wasn't I? Unless I'm cracking up. That is the output. HF out. I'm connected to. To be fair, it's still reading 470 now. It's got it in frequency hold somehow. No bishop in the house today. Just a bit peculiar today. The bishop's finger is not in me today. We have got some of his tipple though, just in case, Doug. We got the bishop's tipple just in case. Oh, I already did it, Doug. Sorry. There's a bit of a lag on the chat today for some reason. I think I might have left it in normal instead of delayed. Good head on that, look. Right, let's hook this meter up. So it's a bit of a mess here at the moment. So the terminals on this are down the bottom, in amongst all my other junk here. That's my twiddler. That's my famous bottle opener. My toothbrush. Metal, obviously. So there's the two outer terminals. Doesn't really matter which way round you put these. It does allow you to run the radio up to maximum, really, if you wanted to tweak the I mean, according to the actual scale on the meter, it will handle 10 watts, this. So there must be a fairly hefty dummy load inside it. So we're going to connect that to the two terminals, two speaker terminals. Careful, because that transistor's scaringly close to there. We don't want to short it to the can of that, really. Okay, that's fine. That's that connected. So this needs to be on 25 ohms, I think it said, didn't it? Yeah, the GPSDO is something that I wouldn't mind having. Okay, where are we? Yeah, we're all in shot now. We're all in shot. So I'm connected up to the radio. We need to set it up. I believe it said 25 ohms, didn't it? Just double check. Yeah, an impedance to match 25 ohms. So, have we got a 25 ohms set in on this? No, we haven't. But we have got a 2.5 setting. And then I can go times 10. So that's 25. Right, so let's hook it up to the power next. Let's get that well away from the radio. Let's get it hooked up. The only thing that I don't like about doing it this way is you can't physically hear the tone. So I've usually got to dig my signal tracer out just to make sure that the tone is coming through. Let's just turn that on. Right, I think we're set. So here's our signal from the signal generator. Let's pop the radio on. Which is, I've got to remember which is the on button now. That one. Okay. So, it's not particularly strong, but I haven't got it. Okay, our output meter's not picking up that for some reason. It should be. Let me just check my connections. For some reason we're not measuring anything on the output meter for some reason. Because the volume was down too low. So let's reduce the signal strength down a bit. So we take that off for a minute because we know the signal's now there on our meter. So if we now go to the IF, if we can, where are we on the overhead camera? Just trying to find the IF can here on the overhead camera. Where is it? Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay. Stick that picture in picture. Right, where are we? Let me just have a look at my screen. Okay, let's just put that in 3 actually. So we want... Right, there's my IF can. So we're looking at the meter here. So I'm going to go do this one first. So I've done these by ear and they're not far off, are they? Oh, that one is. A little bit. And the last one. There we go. So you can reduce the signal level further. Just go over those again, just to make doubly sure. Yeah, I think we're peaked. And there we go. It's as good as it gets. So, I mean, if we listen to that signal level again, it's a pretty low level signal, that. And I mean, we're on the 1 milliwatt scale, so that's the IF done. Right, okay. I mean, it's probably drifted a little bit, my my signal generator, but that's pretty good. Right, we need to have a look at the next bit then. We're doing the RF alignment. So obviously that wasn't part of the alignment at all, but this next bit is. So you've got to feed in a 525 kilocycles a second signal and adjust L5 for maximum output. So switch on the receiver, switch to medium wave, set the tuning gain to maximum. Now I never know what they mean by maximum. Do they mean fully open or fully closed when they say maximum? What's going on with the chat here? So yeah, do they mean fully open or fully closed? So let's set 525 up there. Let's have a look what you're looking at. Let's get rid of me for a minute. So I'm just going to connect back in the I mean, this doesn't need to be mega accurate, to be honest. This is just really the dial alignment. So we need to be 525. Thereabouts. Come on. That's good enough. Let's reconnect that. So vane's fully meshed. Turn the level down a bit. So we've got our signal fully meshed. Let's go to the webcam, and then we want the overhead cam picture in picture. Not there, we want it there. Not me. No, 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 no. Number 3. There we go. We don't want the IF can anymore. We're now over. Mike, you off, mate? Are you? Chicken dinner. Winner, winner. Thanks very much, Mike. Good man. You stay safe as well, mate. You better mischief. Okay, so we're good. We got a signal. So it now says just zoom this up a little bit. So now we're looking to adjust L5 for maximum output, and L5 is this coil up here. So L5 is this one in here. Another one. Let's stick the tool in there. And we're looking at this meter again. That's making absolutely no difference whatsoever. Why is that then? It's definitely L5. I'm sure it is. Let's listen to the signal again. Oh, oh wow. I'm able to turn the output of the signal generator down. Let's turn the volume down a bit. I think we're definitely maxed out there, aren't we? Okay, that's that bit done. The tanker's affecting it, you think, do you? So that's that bit. Let's have a look at the next part. So it now says turn the tuning gang to minimum and feed in a 1560, so 1.56 megs, and adjust C9. As I say, you can do it by ear, but you can't beat having the test gear. And this output meter, as I say, that's that was a gift from a guy on the Vintage Radio forum, and I use this a lot, and I am using the Philips a lot for alignment now. It's just easier than messing about with all the buttons on this Stabilock. Stabilock's great for testing communications kit, like CB radios and amateur radio kit. I mean, it can do all of these, but it ain't the same. So right, let's just dial in the next one, the next frequency, which was 1560. So we need to go to 1 to 3 megs now. We need to get to 1560 thereabouts. 62. That'll do us. 1560. So let's just couple the coil back in again. I need to make me one of them fancy loop antennas like Chris and Andrew have done. Okay. So let's jump up a scale just in case. So let's go across to the other side. Okay, it was a little bit out. You can see the signals there, but it's not a full. That's the fully open there. So I need something a bit sturdier. Is that going to affect it? May well do. Okay. So there's no signal there at the moment. Let's just check that with the there's no signal at all there at the moment. That was a fair gain, Simon, wasn't it? So we can't hear anything, so I need to turn this one. It's typical, that's adding capacitance into it. So let's just see if I can use a ceramic tool. These are pretty tough to turn, these trimmers, though. Bearing in mind I'm on the coarser scale. Let's turn the level down. Let's go back to the smaller. There we are. So now it says to basically repeat that. So go back to the previous. Until no further improvement can be obtained. But we won't worry too much about that. So we go back to what we're doing now. 560. Feed in and tune the receiver to the signal. So that's what we need to do next. 560 kilohertz. So let's get the lead back. Let's go 560. I'll do 560.1. So we're not tuning up a high-end receiver. This is just a broadcast receiver. So let's tune till we find it. Where is it? Ah. My little coils come undone. My little coils come undone. So I'm just going to let the signal a bit weaker. There it is. And adjust L2, which is the aerial coil, by sliding it along. The whole lot's moving. It's about there as max. So take the signal down a little bit lower. Just check that we were there. That is maximum there. Right, okay. So again, we brought the signal strength up quite a bit. So next it's out with the wax candles. Out with the wax candles. Just going to use my old soldering iron to melt some wax. Just to hold that in place. There we go. So now I'm not really altering it by touching it, but that's firmly fixed now. Good job. Right. Buy you cheap. Yeah, I'll have you, Simon. Do you come gift wrapped? Do you come gift wrapped, Simon? If you're gift wrapped, I'll have you, mate. Yeah. So where have you been to then, George? Seems like you've been on a fair journey. You wonder how many candles are required. What, to have you delivered, Simon? So yeah, these are beeswax candles. I mean, it's just a bit softer, and I don't know, it's better than normal candles. So let's have a look at what's next then. 6 o'clock. We should be able to finish the alignment and then listen to see if we've made an improvement in a minute. Okay, so we've still got another one. We've still got to feed in 1.5. Okay, so still another stage to do, yeah. So we're up here. Feed in 1.5 megs, tune to it, and then adjust C2 for maximum output. And C2 is this padder capacitor down the bottom here. So let's do that. Let's go back up. So 1.5 megs. .5. There we go. Good enough. 1.5 megs. Let's just turn that level down a bit. Now tune to that signal, it should be over the other side. There it is. So now we've got to, let's just move my camera back. Now I've got to adjust C2, which is that one down there, for maximum. Let's get rid of me. So let's try that one. Well, to be fair, that was already peaked, that one. So that's medium wave done. Medium wave is done. So let's go to the let's go to the service data again. Let's have a drink of my beer. So now switch to long wave and tune to the 1600 meter calibration point. Feed in 1.8 kilocycles per second, in other words kilohertz, and adjust C11 for maximum output. And then adjust L1 for maximum output by sliding it along. So what we'll do with this is obviously we want radio 4, because really radio 4 is the only station that we're likely to get decently on long wave, and it's very close. I mean, it's 198 kilohertz radio 4. So all we're going to do is we're going to tune to 198 kilohertz, and we're going to adjust C11. We might have to tune slightly off of that because it might affect our signal. So we need to switch to long wave now, which is that one. And we need to go back up to the thing, and this needs to be we'll do it how it says here, shall we? 1600, because we know radio 4 is on 1500 meters, so if we go to 1600 it shouldn't interfere. We might as well. It's not going to make a lot of difference, so let's go to, let's connect that back up. So, no, 1.6, is that right? .6, that was right, wasn't it? That's right on the end, isn't it? Okay. So, what did it say? Say tune to the signal. Tune to the 1600 meters calibration point, eh? And where is the calibration point? There isn't one. We just got to tune to 1600, which is there. That is at 1600. Obviously isn't there. Adjust C11 for maximum output. And where's C11? C11 is that pattern there, right, okay. So C11 is tucked underneath there. You're not going to be able to see it, I don't think. C11 is up in underneath here. No, you're not going to be able to see it. It's just out of shot. No, okay, you can't see that, so ignore that. You just have to watch the meter, and you should hear it come up as I hit the tuning spot, hopefully. Just turn that to that scale, stop it bouncing about so much. Turn the level back a bit. That's it there. Okay. So the next thing it's asking us to do is to move the so the next thing it's asking us to do, we've just done that one there, C11. Now just L1 for maximum output by sliding it on the rod. So this is the last stage, is to adjust L1 for maximum output. So let's get a signal into it. We need to pump the signal up a little bit. Doesn't really make much difference, does it? Let's turn the level down. That's about it there. So let's get the old candle in again. I mean, that one, to be fair, was pretty much spot on. The medium wave one was way out. Right. How we doing anyway? I'm just waiting for the soldering iron, so I'm just catching up with the chat. Just George babbling on about something. Yeah, thanks, Simon. It is a big improvement, isn't it? It's good when it does come up like that. It really was insensitive just now. I mean, I did get it better by ear, but it does prove, doesn't it, that doing it properly with test gear does help a lot. Ah, don't drip into the flipping tuning gang. Cool, that was lucky. Just turn the radio off now, actually. Yeah, don't go melting wax over the top of the tuning gang. Not recommended. There we go. Stick my candle back. Right, let's get tidied up. Let's get some of this kit off the bench, and we can give it a one last try now that we've tuned it up, just to see if it is any more sensitive. I should hope it is after all that lot. Right, let's get rid of that one. So our coils are nice and tight on there now, they're not going anywhere. Sounds like Mrs. Cruncher's having her tea. So Phil seems to think it would be a good idea to put that back on across the emitter and collector. He says he thinks that might have been done at the factory, so that might be worth doing, but we'll leave that for today. So we just really want to connect it back up to the speaker now and have a listen, a final go on it. Now it's been tuned up. See if we've brought it up, which I'm sure we have, but it's good to prove these things, isn't it? Right, okay. Nothing shorting out anywhere. Speakers connected, good to go. Okay, we've got a dodgy connection somewhere. What are we on now? We're on long wave. We've got something interfering here now. What is that? Well, that's without assistance from the external aerial, so that has come up a lot.
But we started to start on to sort of write the songs and put those together, and obviously at the same time, and I was talking with Bill every week, and he was kind of writing the script as we went as well. So I think the only thing I think isn't right is one day something like that, just to talk
I need to revisit Longwave, I think, because Longwave isn't quite right, and I think that's down to. Let me have just a quick look at the those service instructions again. Okay. Yeah. I need to redo Longwave. It's 1600 meters, not 1.6 megahertz, you fool. Okay. So we need to redo Longwave a minute. Let's do that because I totally cocked that up. Strange, I must have had a harmonica or something because I was able to tune it, which was a bit bizarre. Right, that's on the mark. I'm just going to do this by ear for now because we're out of time pretty much, but I need to go to 187 kilohertz. So that's 180, 85, 87. It's going to be about there. So let's try that again, Graham. What's going on here now? I've got to sort this button out. Pain in the neck. Right, let's just do that long wave one again because the medium wave has come up massively, but long wave is all over the shop now. I wonder what was going on there. Right, that's our 1600 calibration mark. See, we can't hear it. We've got to adjust C11 for maximum output. Which is, I don't know. Let's turn it to that first would help. So it's clashing with radio 4. If I turn it up, it can get to overpower it. So now we can hear radio 4 coming through.
Actual chickens and literal eggs, but for Tom, it's a more esoteric question. Here's Amanda Holden, but not that one, although she does sound like her. Telling Tom about her work with the composer Mark Anthony Turnage on his opera The Silver Tasket.
I feel that the composer's instinct is actually right.
So there we are.
In the end, I mean, you're there to help them. And with Turnage actually worked incredibly closely on this piece. And so we used to actually talk through a scene.
Done. As we were. Just connect these back up so I remember which way round they go. We're getting there. There we go. Back in his little house. Ready for restoration. Theo, are you a bit late in, Theo? What happened? You fell asleep? Let me just catch up with the chat then. Right, are we all done? There we are. As I say, in need of restoration still, but it's actually working, which is a rarity with one of these, to be fair. It's highly unlikely you'll ever get one of these off the shelf that's working unless someone's fixed it. So there you are. Let's just get rid of Mini-Me. Hey Bob, how you doing? Goes under the bench. Don't you like that, Bob? You're not a woody man? Yeah, it was just the spade connectors, that's all. Not making great contact. But I have resoldered all those croc clips, Simon. I pulled them all back to bare metal and soldered them to the actual croc clips. So first thing you do when you buy them, really, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, glad to get that working, Andrew, to be fair. And thanks for your help with the pictures as well. I've still got the dilemma to put that cap back across it, and we will try that, I think. So we've done the alignment. All it is now really is a bit of spit and polish, I think, to get it done. Doesn't really need a lot else. Bit of glue, bit of spit and polish. I've got to sort the case. It's almost had the handle off, and the handle's scraping across the sides. So they took the handle off and they put the let's just show you. Can you see it's scraping here? So what they've done is they took the handle apart and they put the washer, instead of the washer going in between the case and this metal handle, they've put it the other side, so it's scraping against the side there. I mean, it's only minor. It's good to have these pegs still as well, because very often these are missing, and they're a very clever idea. They just stop the handle whacking the timber and damaging it. It's an idea that some hacker could have done with. There's a lot of hackers out there with dents in the wood about here where the handle smacked into it. So nice little radio. That'll come up looking absolutely stunning, that will. It really will. The timber they used for these is really, really good quality. Once that's, I'll probably just wire wall that to get rid of the scratches. I've got a couple bits to fill in, but when that's done, that's going to look amazing. It really will. But I think that's probably as far as we can go with that one, apart from the cosmetics, isn't it? There's not a lot else. Well, recap. That's the other thing. Replace the caps, really, I suppose. Cheers, Derek. No worries, people. That's it for me today, anyway. Hope you've enjoyed that. We have had some contributions in today, so let's just thank the people that have very kindly put super chats in today. Let's go to my screen. Loads of donations in today, actually, so thank you very much, everybody that's donated. And we've got some new Patreons as well, so thanks for those that have subscribed on Patreon. So Rob Cross, hoping I'm getting it working. Well, we did get it working. Mike Smelt AF117s. What you gotta love zapping better than a shave. We didn't do any zappings. Georgie very kindly donated. Got a call, duty calls. Ninja bought me an AF117. Mike bought me another AF117, so we got two. Derek, very kind of you, Derek. And a third AF117 from Mike. And Sean, Mr. Man Cave, for the learning curve. Cheers, Sean, thank you. And Mike. We've run out of space. Mike, £10 as well. Thank you very much. You won't go down any further than that, so I assume that's all of them. So thank you very much for that, everybody. Let's just get rid of that. No worries, generation. All you can say after watching this is your dead Dynatron will remain dead. It's only a few hours work. Look, Rob, what's it now? 6:30. Well, 5 hours work then. 5 hours work. Glad you enjoyed that anyway. Cheers, everybody. Catch you probably on Wednesday. And we'll probably do a bit of power supply playing on Wednesday. See how I've got on. So don't forget, give me a thumbs up if you like that. If anyone's interested in becoming a Patreon, I am starting to put some videos purely on Patreon at the moment. So stuff that's going on Patreon is not going on YouTube. It's only little clips of what I'm doing day to day, really, but you will get to see that, and it is exclusive for Patreons. So cheers, everybody. As I say, if you want to join my Patreon, that was the address. I've gone and done that. What have I done here now? I don't want that. Oh, I know what I've done. So there you go. Catch you all on Wednesday. Bye for now.